Good afternoon, USC Staff Senate. Good afternoon. The hour is actually not 3 o'clock just yet, but let's go ahead and get information for the people who, if you know, you know. Let's go ahead and get information for our March 14th Staff Senate meeting. It's 3 o'clock, so I'm officially calling the meeting to order. I am so excited. We have some new faces in the place today. Let's give them a round of applause if you are a visitor. Wow, if you're a visitor, can you please stand? It's at least 5 or 6 visitors. Maybe all. Yes, thank you so much. Staff Senate is happy to see you. We are excited to have you. You're always welcome. And, come again and bring a friend. And we look forward to meeting you. If we have some time at the end, I want to actually individually allow you to talk about where you're from. But I want to make sure we make it through our agenda for the day. But I do want to just simply give you a warm Carolina welcome and thank you for attending your Staff Senate meeting. Okay, thank you. So my name is Rashandra James, and I'm the Staff Senate President for the 2022-2023 academic year. And Bo is looking at me. I'm not going to forget this time, Bo. We're going to call the meeting to order. And we've established quorum. Bo, you want to go ahead? Oh, Dr. Williams, hi there. We're going to go ahead in the minutes.
Hopefully we'll all have a chance to look at the Valentine's Day, February 14th Staff Senate minutes. I would like to make a motion for approval. Second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, the minutes have been approved.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Bo. That's from Bo Hart, our parliamentarian. So now I'm actually very excited. I'm going to skip over my president's updates to allow time for VP Julian Williams to come and address the Staff Senate body. Let's give him a warm round of applause. So much for coming today. Nice to see you. I don't know if you want the microphone or not. We have online speak people.
All right, perfect. So I'm trying, is the camera?
It is on you. I think they can see you.
Okay, perfect. I was trying to figure out where I can.
You're like in the corner and they see her. So yeah,
Right, so
if you want to walk
there.
around, or you they can see you there.
All right, this one. Thanks so much.
You're welcome.
Good to see everybody. I'm just excited to always have the chance to address the Staff Senate, provide you with a few updates, but also get a chance to take questions. And, as I was thinking about sort of my remarks, I'll start them with sort of the state of diversity, equity, and inclusion work on March 14th. And what I'll say is I'll start my remarks, and I always look forward to trying to speak honestly and authentically to this group about what's going on. So you all are sort of fully aware of where we are. So if we think about where we started at my arrival in June of 2020, right, in terms of building out the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, really thinking about how do we bring the university forward in terms of our values and what we aspire to be. And if you look at sort of what those values are, they're beautifully written, that learning humanizes character and doesn't permit it to be cruel. And what better words for as we think about the promise of who we are as a university, when we think about the type of place that brings students and faculty members together and staff members together from a multitude of perspectives and puts them in community with each other around our educational mission. It's really the core of what we do from an educational perspective, and I'm excited to have the chance to lead that work. Speaking honestly amongst peers that are endeavored in doing work and helping us move and really fulfilling that promise from a university-wide perspective. Right, it's hard right now, right? Like if you're following what's going on in Florida, states like Florida and Texas, and now South Carolina. So last night, as I'm trying to put my child to bed and doing all those things, I'm also watching the debate in the state legislature. I'm watching as an amendment for every college and university is being advanced to reduce that college and university's budget based on the money that they're investing in diversity, equity, and inclusion. Essentially watching to see if when I get into work tomorrow, whether or not I will have an actual budget to do the work that I do, that my team does, right? So this is where we find ourselves. It's not an insurmountable place, but it's difficult, right? And it also reflects on, as we say as a university, that diversity, equity, inclusion, belonging, whatever acronyms you choose to utilize, our core values. Well, to me, core values are the things that you leverage, the things that you use to guide you in moments like this, right? So how do we continue to put that work into action on behalf of most of you? And I see myself as an extension of the folks that I work on behalf of. How do we do that in a political context that is extremely challenging, right? In a context where we have our community that has told me, especially during my almost 3 years here, that we need to be doing more. And then we've got a larger context that is blaming, that sort of vilifies and demonizes diversity, equity, and inclusion work as, I'm trying to think of what I heard, anti-American, as contrary to the Constitution, as teaching students or indoctrinating students to hate America. This is not anything close to the work that I do on a daily basis, or my team does on a daily basis, as we are working to put in policies, initiatives, practices, but really trying to instill a culture that allows this university to be a place where anyone, regardless of their background, regardless of how they worship, where they worship, what they believe in, their race, their gender, ethnicity, to be a place where anyone can come, live, work, and learn. So you've got a number, some purposeful obfuscation there, but a number of challenges in the ether. So what I would like to deliver to you, it's not all doom and gloom, but would like to deliver to you all is an honest assessment of what this looks like on March 14th. I am excited about the path forward, but also know that will not come without challenges, right? As I look and as I talk to my colleagues, especially those in the SEC, we meet every 2 weeks, myself and my counterparts across the SEC, just kind of talk, share information. And I talk to my colleagues in Florida and those in Texas. My colleague in Florida doesn't know if she's gonna have a job in the next few months. When she was telling me that a few months ago, I empathized. As I'm sitting there watching my computer screen yesterday, it starts to become even more real. So, this is sort of where we find ourselves, where that promise as to who we are endeavoring to be from an equity and inclusion perspective, it still remains very much unfulfilled, right? There's no way, I think I'm pretty good at my job, but you're not gonna do it all in 2.5 years, right? So this is where I would encourage this group and this body to continue to be advocates, right? To continue to be conduits, to continue to be voices for the type of university that you all would endeavor for us, that you have in some spaces, but that you would really endeavor for us to be. As I think about this room and the multitude of perspectives and experiences it represents, it's going to require that. It's going to require some collective effort, some collective will, as well as some collective advocacy to continue to move this work forward. And as long as I still have a job and a title here, I will continue to be a passionate advocate for what that looks like for us here at the University of South Carolina. But I can, I can come in and I can, but I have to be honest with my people for where we are right now. And, I think it is a place where we can move from, but it's also one that won't come without challenges. I think we do have the collective will to do so and to move forward, but it's going to require all of us in this work as well. One other thing I wanted to just continue to advocate for, and many of your offices have actually taken advantage of this, is our Diversity and Inclusive Excellence Grant Fund. So as you all are thinking about your own advocacy, as you're thinking about the ability to do workshops, to collaborate on events amongst your units and your offices. I know budgets are tight. I know that that funding in certain areas may or may not exist, but just know that as long as until they tell me you no longer have a budget, well, while I do have one for my office, I will endeavor to use that to help to provide funding and support for events, discussions, lectures, workshops, and anything else that really deal with trying to help the university deliver on its promise from a diversity, equity, and inclusion perspective. And I use those words in this room with an understanding that we all kind of know what that word means. But when I say that, it's not to change the way that people think, but it's really to create a space that says we're going to prioritize what belonging looks like. We're going to prioritize what community looks like for all individuals. We're going to make sure that we're reconciling with our own institutional history, but also making sure that we're having the open and honest conversations and doing the work that really creates a space where we all want to be in, where we all feel like we have agency, and then ultimately where we all feel like that we can bring our authentic selves to work. Like, wouldn't that be nice to be able to bring the parts of you that we all naturally leave at home, the parts of our background, the parts of the things that make us us. I would love a space in a USC where all of those things are put into action, because I think that's the beauty of what we do, is if we can create space where those things, those parts of you that you leave in the closet, that you think will never be accepted at work, that I can't bring with me. Well, to me, those are probably the things that we need as a university, right? Those are probably the parts of ourselves, of our backgrounds, of the way that the work that motivates us, that's going to help move this university forward in some way. So how do we create space where each individual can bring those things with them and show up authentically, and not just show up, but have those individual parts and our differences and our similarities, have those things matter, right? Have those things be nurtured, and have those things be really fully leveraged in the work that we do. So that's the goal, right? That's why we do what we do. It's not to sort of purposely obfuscate sort of what's already out there in the ether, but really to try to fulfill the promise of who we are as a public university. So I'm want to encourage you all to continue to utilize your own spaces and places. Rashandra, thank you so much for your continued leadership in this work and in this space as well. Encourage you to continue to make the connections, talk and with our office for whatever you all might need, especially as we think about the work in this space of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And then also, if possible, just open it up for questions and things folks might be curious or wondering about as well.
Sure, absolutely. So if you have a question, this is the time to do so. I did want to let them know, I forgot to say that Julian was one of our executive sponsors. When we were trying to get the staff senate started, we had to have executive sponsors, folks in leadership who were executive leadership, who believed in what we wanted to do and what we wanted to accomplish, and he was one of our sponsors. So we definitely want to continue to nurture the relationship with your office and support you in any way that we can. So at this time, if you all have any questions for Julian, please feel free.
Thanks so much, Rashandra. I'm really excited to see how even this group how you all have taken shape and owned your own leadership, and it really helped to make our university better in a very short time. So I'm excited to think about what the future looks like for this group as well. Questions, thoughts? Yes.
Congratulations to you on your fellowship.
Oh, thank you so much. No, that's great. Yeah, thank you so much. Beverly, thanks so much. I'm always thinking about sort of what leadership looks like in this space, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to take on an American Council on Education Fellowship, where I'll get a chance to visit a number of universities to think about my own leadership journey, but ultimately my goal is to take what I learn and bring that back here to the university to help us, right? This is home for my wife and I. I'm not from here originally, but it's home, right? And I care deeply about this place, and will continue while I have the opportunity is to fight for what equity, for what inclusion truly and can look like at our state's flagship university. And I'm excited about the fellowship coming up this year. Thanks so much, Trevor. Other questions? Yes.
Julian, congratulations again. But I wanted to just ask you the question, when you take the temperature of everything that's happening on the campus and within our society now, what do you think is the biggest obstacle when it comes to diversity and inclusion on this?
Yeah, I think we've got I love the question. I think we've got an empathy gap, right? When I think about empathy, what it means is that I don't have to have walked in someone's shoes to be able to hear their experience, right? And some of that experience for us at this university might not be things that we're necessarily proud of all the time. Might be the things that when we think about what the experience of a faculty member or a staff member or a student from a variety of backgrounds, their walk to and through this university might look different than someone else's, right? So, but I think we've got to be able to listen and hear and learn from where those experiences diverge with what we would like them to be. And I think the gap that exists right now is we're just not listening to each other. I think that's a huge gap. I think there's also some purposeful obfuscation about what progress looks like. And what I'll say is that at every moment, if you're a student of history like I am, where we have even made a modicum of steps towards progress from a race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, religious background perspective, there's always been pushback, right? There's always been retrenchment. That is historical, it's proven, and I also think that that's a little bit about what we're operating in right now. There's a ton of buzzwords, indoctrination, woke, and all these other things, but what we're really talking about is pushback towards progress, right? Well, what we know is that progress doesn't stop, and that as I think about it, particularly for us as a flagship university, particularly for us where we have to be a model for what a community of learners can look like in this space, we have to keep pushing. And I think that that's where, when we think about these ideals as core values, but we got to leverage them. We've got to communicate through them. And so I think that that's the other part for us as leaders, particularly for us as university leaders, is how do we continue to communicate that these are going to be the things that we're going to continue to fully leverage for those in our community. Because while some of the folks that are making decisions around whether we continue to do this work or not, they don't work here, right? It's you all that work here. It's you all are the ones that are in touch with students. You all are the ones that you're checking in every day and saying I know this university can be better. You all are in the roles that you're in now because you believe that, right? Because you said, I'm going to, in addition to my day job, I'm also going to step in to a leadership role to help this university be better. So from my perspective, I think about how do we elevate those voices? How do we make sure that we're listening to those voices and those experiences, and that those narratives also matter and are just as important as we think about what the priorities of the university look like in this space as well. Yes, Georgia.
Are there, if certain decisions are made in courts, or funding is pulled, are there steps being taken to, is there a plan B or a plan C? Steps to ensure that we continue to have a diversity, equity, and inclusion, to have that on campus.
Yeah.
And if so, what are they?
Absolutely, George. So what I will say is we're strategizing around that now, right? I think that from my perspective, I think we've got to be forward looking. We have to be honest, right? Like when I see kind of where we sit geographically, where we sit politically, right? It's we can kind of know if we're watching what's happening in Florida, Texas, other places, particularly in the Southeast, we have to be prepared for that. So as we talk about, as I work with our president, our provost, and our other senior leadership, just left a meeting today talking about the fact that we've got to have a broader engagement strategy. We've got to be able to communicate to you all as well as to our community that we're committed to this, right? Nobody's asking the president to chain himself to the gates of the horseshoe. That's not going to do us anything. But what we can say is that this matters to us. What we can say is we're a community of students, faculty, staff members, and individuals that represent a multitude of experiences, lived experiences, cultures, and we're going to remain so, right? And we're going to do everything in our power to make sure that all individuals feel like they belong here at this university. And those are the things that I think we gotta elevate as values as we're communicating through this moment. Sometimes there's this adage that if we just kind of, keep our heads down, let's not ruffle any feathers, but that's not buying us much at this moment. So from my perspective, I want to think about is how do we advance our own narrative, a true narrative, a positive narrative about particularly what diversity, equity, and inclusion looks like for us here at the University of South Carolina, but also for how that shows up in our students, the ones that are here, and as well as the ones that are going to be moving out into the workforce, how that shows up particularly as you all think about it, even in HRSM Georgia, for what industry is coming to you all and essentially demanding in some ways is students that are globally minded, globally focused, that can think about operating in a wider workforce. That's an obligation that's then placed on us as a university to be able to prepare those individuals and those students. And the way that we do that is we have staff members that are also as prepared and have gone on that journey as well. So, I think that there is a true narrative and one that really fits with who we are as a university that we can leverage. But we've got to be strategic and we have to strategize and we've got to be extremely intentional, right? Rather than having things just happen to us. I believe that we've got to be, sort of pushing forward in terms of what we would like the narrative to be, at least for our university. I know you all have a packed agenda. So maybe I'll take one more question, and then we'll. And if anybody wants to talk either afterwards or even offline, I'm happy to engage as well. I'm really excited.
I know that our professional development committee had some questions for you. I don't know if they want to ask them right now, but led by Georgia Doran from the Darla Moore School of Business, Senator Doran, and others. I shouldn't have called her name, but she's one of the leaders of the group. So is there anything that particularly, Senator Doran, that you wanted to address or?
Thank you for coming.
You're welcome.
I know you're really busy.
Yeah, no problem.
We tried to book you several times. I know you're pretty busy. So I think it's more beneficial for you to speak to everyone. So I'm
happy, and we're happy to follow up with on the professional development side, particularly as we are looking to fill our Director of Diversity Education position. It's going to be an opportunity, I think, to expand what we're doing from a professional development perspective, especially for staff in the area of diversity, equity, and inclusion. So happy to engage with you all from there.
We were curious about that because we wanted to understand or have a little bit of better understanding what's available as far as educational workshops for us to plug into in our various units. And as we see the need or observe things or behaviors or whatever, we'd like to be able to bring some things back into our own little world.
Sure, and we do have still the ability for a couple of workshops that we can do that we can try to plan around. So if you want to reach out to me, I can connect you with Christina on our team that can schedule a couple of things for you. And then we see that expanding as we fill that director position that I mentioned. So you're happy to follow up.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yes.
I know in past years that we had the climate survey launched from your office, and it really helped our institution just see the true pulse of how our community is feeling and navigating, whether they're students, faculty, or staff. Is that still hopefully going to be a priority in the future to get that pulse, or is this something where everything in the State House is kind of putting everyone on edge?
So absolutely, the climate survey is still very much on our radar. What I will say is that there's a human capital element to launching a survey that requires resources, right? And we're all in the same boat where we are continually in this resource advocacy mode. And what I'll say is there's no separate express lane for vice presidents, like we're all in the same line together, it seems. So absolutely, as I have conversations with folks in our finance and administration office, our president, is to say we haven't done a climate survey as a university since 2018, right? It's been almost 5 years, which is 5 years too long. Usually they're done from a biannual perspective. So typically you want to do those every 2 years. So as I'm advocating for the staffing resources to be able to do that, I am optimistic, but that's essentially what we're waiting on from there. Once we do get that, look forward to launching, because as I got a chance to look over the results from Imagine Carolina for the staff members, To me, I mean, and that's, we do, so then there is still data that we have out there that's extremely useful, but it to me speaks to the need for additional surveying, particularly of our staff and students and faculty around their thoughts and experiences, quantitative and qualitative in the space as well. So I appreciate the question, and it's still very much on our radar. All right, maybe we'll wrap up there, Rashonda. Thank you so much for the opportunity as usual.
Thank you so much. Always welcome. Always nice to see you. All right. Okay, I'm going to back up just a little bit. I forgot I didn't forget. I don't want to say I forgot. I got distracted. And I wanted to acknowledge we have 2 new senators joining us today. One is Laura Thorpe from the College of Information and Communications, my home. And then we have Elisa Lickett. Where are you, Elisa? I saw you come in from, the division is, tell me the exact division. I want to say, I know the area you work in, which is students. There you go, student affairs and academic support. So let's give her a round of applause. And again, like I said, for the visitors that are here, we will have an opportunity, hopefully at the end, to acknowledge you and to give you an additional welcome. So during this time is usually when I give my update. So I kind of use it as an opportunity to tell you all what I've been up to, what Staff Senate's been up to, while this mouse isn't working. But I don't know, it's one of those mice that's not helping me today. But anyway, I'll just kind of go through what I have. So Staff Senate has been busy. We had our Imagine Carolina event, as mentioned by Julian, on February the 15th here in Close Hip. It was in this room, actually. Thank you. How many of you all were there? Almost everybody. Wow. Well, thanks for coming to Staff Senate. We really appreciate it. Antonio, can you come and see if something can be done with this? Thank you. So since we last met, we had Imagine Carolina, and we have a follow-up meeting on Thursday, March 16th. So we did receive a lot of the results. The results are basically the note takers that were in your room. They compiled all those notes, and myself and some other people, Julian, Carolina Gardy, Kim Pruitt, and some other university leadership are going to meet on Thursday to discuss what we can do next steps. President Amaritas is very excited about what we can do next. If you were here in this room, we all were excited to learn that we are getting a Staff Senate ombudsperson is a priority. Thank you, is a priority for the following, I think it's a 24 academic year. So a small group of us have been asked to turn in some additional information, some logistical things, and so we've done so, and so we'll just see where we go from there. But I did have a chance to meet with him on the 22nd of February, and he again said that's a priority, and he also wants to look at the results from Imagine Carolina and make some strategic changes, at least 1 or 2. So we will see some action from that, and I'm very positive about what's going to happen from there. I know from the students had Imagine Carolina in the fall, and as a result, I'm already seeing changes in my area for academic advising. So I am very confident that we will see some positive changes on behalf of the staff. So thank you all for being there. Not only were you all there, everybody who I talked to was like, oh no, we told them about Staff Senate. Staff Senate is doing this and they're doing that. And so I appreciate your enthusiasm about Staff Senate and for informing other people about what's going on. So continue to spread the word to your colleagues. The Staff Policy and Wellbeing Committee had an opportunity to meet with VP Jeff Perkins, which is a huge, huge, huge win for us. And we did that. I'm not gonna spoil it. Megan and her team will talk more about that in their session, but I believe that it was fruitful. We learned a lot. We saw it as an opportunity to partner with parking and administration. We let them know who we were at Staff Senate, that parking is #1 concern among faculty, staff, and students. And I will say they are well aware. And there are just a lot of competing priorities. There's a lot of, I would say a lot of red tape in determining what comes first in dealing with parking. You know, students want to, I always say people want to park. There are people who don't want to pay for parking. There are people who want to pay for parking if it's close to their building. See, but I feel like staff should have priority parking. So it's just a lot of different things. And they actually are going to make a presentation to the board. Megan, was it last week or is it upcoming? I can't remember.
This Friday.
This Friday, thank you. They're making a board presentation on they're getting ready to do a deep dive, bringing in a consulting firm to look at parking at the university. So rest assured that's being addressed. I said I wasn't gonna steal your thunder. Talk about it, come on. All right, next. So I had an opportunity to go to the University of Kentucky, not to meet with their staff senate. Let me be clear about that. This is being streamed. I went with my college to meet with their College of Information and Communications. But while I was there, if you were here last month, you remember Provost Arnett mentioned having worked at University of Kentucky before she came here, and her chief of staff in her office was a part of staff senate. So I had an opportunity to reach out to their current, they call their president their chair. Her name was Olivia Ellis. And we had about 30 minutes together, and it was awesome. And I learned a lot and learned how they operate. 175 senators. They have a very different process than we do, but all in all, same mission. We as an executive team are meeting with them on Monday. And to learn more about what they do, how they've managed elections, how they've managed to stay, relevant. They've been 12 years in. Their budget, they have a huge employee appreciation day, and that kind of rolls into their voting and their in-person voting. So it was just really nice to meet with her. So I got a picture with her. I didn't put it on PowerPoint, but if you want to see it, I will send it to you. And you should be aware of, so there is a faculty senate resolution out there now to create this budget committee. We can send the link for that. Jessica, when you send out the the summary email, it's linked online, but I'm gonna just essentially tell you what it's about. And thank you to Senator Georgia Patricis and Senator Shelley Dempsey for bringing this to our attention. But essentially, each dean-led, this is their resolution from Faculty Senate, is that every dean-led school and the university library will have a representative on a college-wide kind of financial committee. And so it was between administration and the faculty. So pertaining to college budgets, advocating for faculty priorities on budgets and budgetary policy, et cetera, et cetera. So it was posed to us if we wanted to, as staff senate, ask for inclusion in this committee. And we talked it over, and just thinking about colleges and how academic units are kind of designed, we determined that most academic units in dean-led colleges and libraries have a staff financial person already. And so we suggest that you, if you are not that person, that you connect with that person in your dean-led college and the university library. So I'm talking loud, I'm sorry, Siri. I suggest that you get with your person in your college, if it's not you, and just simply have a conversation about how that would affect staff. Is there a way that we can know what's going on? Can staff be included? Do you mind letting me know any decisions being made? And we thought as an executive committee, it's a very good opportunity for you to show the presence of staff senate and who you are. So we're happy to help facilitate that. If you run into any kind of difficulty connecting, but we were thinking that as a senator, because they already have these staff budgetary positions like assistant deans of finance and budget managers, that could be the staff representation. So any questions about that committee? Okay. So we have a new membership timeline, and I'm not going to steal Senator Fink's thunder here either. She'll talk about that during her report, but you all should have received an email from me about where we are in the process. We are currently living in nominations right now. We are only nominating. There aren't any applications to complete. Once we get the nominations, then we'll go through those, and then the application email will be sent. Am I correct, Kelly? Making sure all that's right. You'll talk about more when you get up here.
Well, it's kind of all together.
Okay.
The self-nomination is the application.
That's true, if you self-nominate. But if you are nominated, then
You'll receive a message to go
Yeah.
into that new self-nomination, yes.
So for those who can't hear online, if you self-nominate, that's your application. But if you are nominated, you will be notified that you're nominated to complete the application. Okay. And I won't go through any of that today. What we will do today that's relevant to membership is we will hear from our executive committee candidates for the 23-24 academic year. So that's where we are. All right, I have a mistake on here, but just to make sure you email your constituents, I sent out a template, making sure they're aware. All university leadership at this point has been notified, but repetition, 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 repetition is really important. So don't just rely on, well, they already know about it. It'd be nice to get a reminder email and then maybe one toward the end of the week, just saying, hey, so make sure we're having nominations. Make sure you know how to do that. I've talked to VP Carolina Gardy. She's going to be sending out an email on behalf of HR, so they'll get it there as well. So they're going to see it several times, and it's okay to acknowledge, hey, you may have already seen this. Hey, I know it's a lot of email, but it's very important that these elections go well. This is our heaviest lift of elections since the very first one, so we want to make sure that we have all our seats filled. And review my March 13th email for additional questions. And then next month, I'm excited, we'll have our President Michael Amaritas. We hope to have more people in attendance. Please invite people to come. We will have a form sent out so we can ensure that we have enough space. So we will send out a QR code to register for the April meeting. We are already reserving the seats for the senators, right, Jessica? So this will just be for guests. So if you want to invite someone, we'll have a link to a QR code where they can complete and say they're going to come. We just want to make sure that we have enough space for everybody. So please bear that in mind as we get ready for the April meeting. We certainly want to show our president that we are a vibrant staff and we are available and we're excited to work with him. So if you can, at all costs, those who are here and those who are online, we'd love to have you in person for the April meeting. In May, we'll have Carlton, Washington. I sent an email out today. There's some important updates as it relates to the House Ways and Means Committee and state employees. I also sent a copy of the State Employees Association application. So if you're interested, that is in your email as well. Mr. Washington will be here in May to talk more about that. We met with Mr. Washington, I think at the top of this year, June or July of 2022. And so I'm excited to finally meet him in person. So he'll be here for us in May. June, we actually just got confirmation while we were here that VP Rex Tolliver from Student Affairs will be here. So we'll welcome VP Tolliver in June. And then the end of June marks the end of this current Staff Senate year, and we'll end our year with our new member orientation. All right, so if you've been following along, I've given y'all a word of the month. If you're following along, you know you had the same word for January and February. Who remember what the word was from January and February? Membership, thank you, membership. So I have a new word this month, and that word is perpetuity. And it's usually used when it relates to financial matters and fiduciary matters. However, we're going to use it today for eternal property or condition of being endless. It is a noun in the way we're going to use it. We want to make sure that our work is perpetual. We want to ensure that the things that we do here are perpetual. That means making sure we have members here, making sure we have leadership, making sure that we have a consistency and discipline in how we conduct ourselves as Staff Senate matters. So we want to make sure Staff Senate lives far, far, far longer than we do. We want to make sure the Staff Senate is here at University of South Carolina and that we one day can say we're celebrating 20, 25, 30, or 50 or 100 years of the Staff Senate. So that's my word of the month. Let me make sure I've covered all of my notes because it's always something I forget. Am I forgetting anything from anybody from Staff Senate, Jessica, exec? Am I forgetting anything at this time? All right. Well, thank you so much. And again, to our visitors, I really appreciate you being here today. We're now going to continue on with our agenda as outlined. So first is Kelly Fink from Membership Committee. Oh, excuse me. Okay, so the PowerPoint is different from the agenda. All right, so we're going to have our executive committee nomination speeches at this time. We're going to start with Vice President Megan Colacione.
Stand over there.
Yeah, here, I can show you.
Okay, there we go.
They can see you.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very excited to be standing in front of you today. If we have not had the pleasure to connect in our time during Staff Senate over these past 2 years, Megan Clausioni, I represent the Division of Student Affairs, but most importantly, you all and every staff across campus. I have been here at Carolina over 10 years, and I'm an alumni of this institution as well. I have a very strong familiarity with this campus, this main campus, and the institutional priorities, the community engagement. I've been a part of a lot of committees over my time. I feel like in staff, that is what we do, committees, task force. And I've been a part of a lot of different avenues of learning and connection with different staff across campus. I've been a part of the President Pastides Diversity and Inclusion Advisory Committee. I've been a part of the Provost Advisory Council on Women's Initiatives, being a part of here, volunteering amongst a multitude of events across campus. I've participated in a lot of HR professional development programming with the ELP class, and really have enjoyed the last 2 years serving as a senator, and specifically serving as a co-chair on the Policy and Wellbeing Committee, where I feel like there's just been a lot of moving and shaking with the advocacy being that cornerstone of what we do. We've connected to so many leaders across our institution where we have advocated and solved to come to fruition paid parental leave. That was a huge win. Flexible schedules, yes. Paid parental leave is a really, really great thing. Advocating with HR for flexible schedules, especially in summertime. Advocating for the HR policy update to allow first-year employees to be able to be remote or have remote opportunities and not have to wait a full year. We have worked with HR is clearly a wonderful partner of ours. We have worked with them to also include in that supervisor's newsletter monthly that HR contacts are actually attached to that supervisor newsletter, as we learned that some people weren't aware of what was being shared there. We were able to advocate for the mental health being utilized for sick leave. So if you have mental health need and support, you can utilize your sick leave for that. And then of course, we've advocated for that staff ombudsperson position here for the institution that the president committed to. So very proud of how fast acting that committee is, and just me being able to be a part of that with you all really has changed the last 2 years of how I've seen even my development as a staff member on campus. In this role, knowing that it is a 3-year term, I hope that I can bring my skills of leadership, empathy, strategic forecasting, organization, and again, that advocacy to the table on behalf of every staff member here at the university. We were talking about values, and VP Williams talking about that, and I thought you should know a little bit about me as well. So my values, really not in a specific order, but authenticity, what you see is what you get. This is how I am. I am a heart-led leader. This is something that I'm passionate about what we do and changing for the better. I'm all about kindness. I don't think, and I love that, again, our motto, we don't permit cruelty here. And it is so important to be kind because we don't know what everyone's facing or dealing with in their day-to-day. And so kindness is a cornerstone to me. Learning, I love learning. I'm a very curious soul. Input is everything to me. And so I will always be asking those why questions, and it doesn't matter who you are. I just want to learn deeper. And then belonging in relationships. Those are very pivotal to who I am as a person and how I connect with each of you and staff across campus. And so all to say is that I really do believe that we are better together, and I am honored to be a candidate for this position. I hope to work again with each one of you in tapping into your why, and I hope you continue in the coming years. But if you're stepping off, really inspiring others to take this staff senate role and tap into their why, because we all became senators for a reason. And I really think it's important that we figure out how to help deliver for ourselves, but for our constituents, and delivering on our promise. That is all. Thank you so much.
I was remiss to kind of give a little bit of education around what we're doing, because we have people who have not been here before. So we are in the process of this is our election season for our staff senate body. So The people who are speaking today are candidates for the positions, except for Tyson Lusk, who's our president-elect. They are candidates for these positions. Now, we only have one person per category. In future years, we're gonna have 15 people per category. And so then we'd have to hear and vote, but I wanna ensure that we understand the process as we've outlined it and that we follow our bylaws. And so that is why we're hearing from our candidates, and then Tyson, you'll be the last one, since you're already our president-elect. All right, so Treasurer Vanessa Berry.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vanessa Berry, and I am a member of Staff Senate, obviously. I'm a member of the Membership Committee. We have been working very hard behind the scenes to make sure that the election process goes smoothly. Hopefully, you're not seeing any of the hiccups that we're experiencing on our end. But enough about that. I am also a employee of Student Health Services, which is now a part of the Division of Student Affairs and Academic Support. And we have, excuse me, I've been at the university for 15 years, serving in several different roles, one of which has been the Director of Financial Operations at Student Health. We have a budget of about $18 million, 12 million of which I am responsible for personnel. So that's why I'm kind of interested in this position, because it kind of fits right into the roles that I currently have. And I'm really excited about this opportunity to be a part of the exec committee and just being able to be the treasurer. I am committed to providing support to you by way of resources for you to continue doing the work that we're committed to doing for our constituents. I will be transparent of the resources that are being used, and I look forward to being a part of our next session in fiscal year 24. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, my name is Catherine Wilson, and I currently serve as the Secretary for Staff Senate, and I am very thankful and fortunate to be up for, I guess, re-election for Secretary. But in my role this last year, I've really enjoyed getting to know all of you and being able to just collaborate with you in your different needs, whether that is creating a Zoom link or creating a calendar appointment, keeping your minutes, making sure that your attendance here is documented, all those wonderful things. But I won't go into too much, but I would love to continue to be your secretary, taking notes for you, making sure that we are documenting all the wonderful and amazing things that we're doing and making sure that we're getting those out to our constituents. And if you have any questions, let me know. Thanks.
That was Catherine Hilson, and now we have Chris Burkett for parliamentarian.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Burkett, and I am currently the Executive Director of Student Services in the College of Education, and I have been at the University of South Carolina for 6 years, in higher education for 19. I currently serve on the Staff Policy and Wellbeing Committee, and also chair the Staff Award Ad Hoc Committee, which we'll talk about in just a little bit, and would be honored to serve as the next Staff Senate parliamentarian. I have vast experience working with elected bodies throughout my career that institute Robert's Rules of Order and rely on them from early in my career, from Dutch Fork High School, where I was faculty and was elected chair using Robert's Rules of Order, all the way through being dean of the Division of Education at Columbia College, to now my work in the UofSC College of Education. The role of parliamentarian has been central to organizing and having effective meetings, which I think I can do. But most importantly, as part of the role of parliamentarian, is serving the UofSC Staff Senate and all our constituencies as a member of the Executive Committee, being a liaison for you all to Executive Committee and the decisions that are made there. And I feel like that my experience in higher education would be an asset there. And I look forward to continuing to serve the University of South Carolina and you all in that capacity. Thank you.
Now your 2023-2024 president-elect.
So I know we've got a lot of heavy committee reports, so I'll be brief, but I am Tyson Lusk. I work in the Department of Athletics. I'm Assistant Athletic Director for Development, which is just a fancy way of saying I'm a fundraiser. As you can see the list, I don't feel like I'm putting my thumb on the scales in any way by saying this, but I'm really, really excited about working with this group. I think that I already knew, but after you just heard that this is going to be a group that's going to be incredible advocates for not everyone just in this room, but everyone on this campus. And I think that is what I really see ourselves as advocates for staff here at the university. And I think, my word of the day would be optimism. And I think from how this meeting has gone today, when you hear about the things we're doing, what we've done, but also where we plan to go, I think this is a very optimistic time for Staff Senate. Starting just a couple of years ago with Lena and Angela, Shelley, and then Rashandra, they built an incredible foundation for this body. Yeah. I think that and all of us have built a foundation. We got recognition, we're valid, we're out there, we're seen, we're heard, and now we can really channel that to take this thing to another level. And I think that you've seen and heard some of those ideas already, but I'm just really, really excited. I think we have a lot of potential. I think we've got buy-in from all the key campus leaders, and we can really, really work together in a cohesive way and take this thing to whole new heights. So I think that's my goal for the next few years, and I'm excited to be along the ride with you. So thank you very much.
I'm excited about the 23-24 executive officers as well. And so these will be your officers. For those, again, I'm educating those who may not be as familiar with that Staff Senate. Tyson will be your 23-24 president. Megan Colacione, vice president, will be your 24-25 president. And Rashandra James will be your 22-23 president, moving into past president in a few months. So I will be on the executive committee as past president. However, I will not have a vote, so I'll be glad to serve at your will, whatever you all want me to do. So we got some time before that happens, so thank you so much. And FYI, the official announcement of the slate will come at the April meeting, okay? So officially, we will adopt the officers and announce in April, all right? Formally announce. Okay, time for our committee reports. Committees that are lifeblood, you can go ahead and come forward, Kelly. Committees that are lifeblood of Staff Senate, this is where all the work gets done. And I just want to thank all of our committee chairs and co-chairs who, and all of you all who supported the efforts, because we have had some heavy committee work in the past couple of months, and you all did an amazing job. So membership committee, Senator Fink.
Thank you so much. Well, are we ready to rumble? Well, we are going to rumble into this elections process and this election season, and we need your help to rumble. So do I hear we ready to rumble? Yes, 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 we are ready to rumble. So let's do this. We have so many new senators to elect. We have over 55 new senators to elect. So currently right now, Senator Cross from Student Affairs and Academic Support, Senator Lauren Murphy, Lauren Murphy from Development, Senator Jessica Freed from the Provost Reporting Offices, Senator Georgia Doran from the Darla Moore School of Business, and Senator Beth Herron from Research. They're the only senators who will not run for election. So if you thought that you didn't have to run, and you're not on that list I just gave you, get ready to run and get in your elections for your college or your division, because all the rest of the Senate positions are ready. We will be rolling off of our terms. And all the ones that I did read, your terms will end in June of 2024. So that's really important to know. So please, please make sure that you are finding senators within your college, division, unit if you are not planning to run again for this next year. Because we need to make sure that we have some really good people who are going to be coming in here and helping our leadership that we just heard from to really take forth everything that's been accomplished that we've done so far as a Senate and be able to move forward. So a couple of things I just want to just note is you saw it on the timeline before, but just reminders, Senator nominations, the due date is 3/21. The Senator actual self-nominations / applications is 3/24. That's all in the email that you received from Jessica. Sent all that information out in that template email that you can be able to forward on to your constituents. Please, please, before this weekend, we need for you to take that template and send it and adapt it, whatever you need to do, and send it on to your constituents so that they know about what's happening and how to apply, et cetera, for these Senate nominations, et cetera. The other thing is, I also want to just take a quick note. May I have Senator Beverly Johnson please stand up? There she is. Yes. Wave your hand to everyone. I just want to, on behalf of the membership committee, I want to thank her because she is going to be on our website that is going live right now as we speak. And she's representing all of you with a quote that we got from her that about why she loved being a senator. So it's a way for us to be able to reach out to all of our constituents and let them know that we have senators like you who are really excited about being a senator and really want to be able to join us in this, what we're doing to try and advocate for all of our constituents that are out there. So thank you very much. I'd also like to take a moment to have Senator Rose, Senator Kim Rose, and Senator Burkett, and also Senator Kupfer. Here, I don't know, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing her last name correctly.
She's online.
Oh, she's online. Oh, I'm sorry, you're online, so I'll wave to you. So I want to thank the three of them too, because they are so wonderful, as we all know. But they served on a panel that Senator Karen Mitchell from the School of Law, who took the lead on creating this panel discussion on why they love being senators and why it's important to be a senator. And we're using that as a recruitment. So if people have questions about why they should be a senator, send them to the website and you'll see on there the video, and they can watch that video and they can learn from them why they are passionate about being senators and why it's important to do that. So thank you again, the three of you, for volunteering and helping us with creating that. We really appreciate it. Again, the last thing that I do want to share with you is paper ballots. Please, 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 if you know that within your division, within your college, within your unit, that you need to have paper ballots because you have staff members who do not have access to get to paper, to the electronic version of being able to vote in April, we need for you to contact Senator Knight. Please raise your hand so that they all know and see you. And please contact her and let her know so that we can be able to set up that process to do the paper ballots in your particular unit or your division or your college. And she'll be able to help you with that process. We want to make sure that we have a good system that's in place, that has integrity with that system, et cetera, and is very transparent. And so we're implementing all of that for this year so we make sure we have that. And I believe that that is it. Does anyone have any questions for me before I? Thank you so much.
Communications Committee. Senator Sellers. And then just in the interest of time, you all just kind of follow as outlined.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Senator Sellers here. Just really quickly, wanted to piggyback off of Kelly and all of the memberships committee's efforts. The Communications Committee has been focused on really just keeping up with the membership committee and for all of their asks. So if you go to the site currently, where the banner image and where it says Staff Senate Elections Coming Soon, when you click there, it will take you to the updated About page, which currently has the timeline on it that was sent out in the email, as well as the quote from Senator Johnson, It also has the video that Kelly was mentioning in the far right corner on want to know more about about being a staff senator. And then the frequently asked questions page was also added. And I can't thank the communications committee enough. Jessica has been wonderful. She's been taking on so much. I know that wasn't really her background, but she's really stepped to the plate with that. So we are kind of just in the swing of things as far as the drive is concerned. And if there's any questions, comments, it's been our focus. We have other things that we'll be working on next, but this is the focus. So thank you all.
Thank you so much. Let me get my phone.
All right. Oh, you're fine. So on behalf of the Policy and Wellbeing Committee, I'm going to be up here with Senator Holt, and I'll share a few that are kind of tapping into the things that President James has already mentioned. So the ombudsperson role development, our committee has a hand in that, working with the executive team. And so we are going to continue to work with the executive team, with university leadership to make sure that the staff ombudsperson role that was committed to at Magic Carolina, I know a lot of you witnessed it, I witnessed it, is going to come to fruition. And so we're going to really follow up, hold them, and advocate that that position be fulfilled in the promise that they shared with us. We also had that same inquiry working with Georgia and figuring out what, with the academic staff faculty senate side, it was brought up from their faculty senate meeting on February 2nd that they are reviewing their whole faculty senate manual, and then that was a part that they are updating in that budget committee. So please, 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 if you are in a college, an academic college, please connect with your person to discuss what is the financial implications if it's just faculty at the table creating the budget for each college. That's really the ultimate perspective of what that was. So connect with your staff or budget manager, whoever in your college, if you're an academic staff here in this room. We're also going to follow up on Magic Carolina, working since Rashandra is actually on our committee as well, just to follow up with what were the hot topics, the trends, the things that we need to know, because that is going to be a pulse for the staff policy and well-being in coming months, years, until we get another big climate survey. I think that was a central point to get staff input on where are the priority areas for the staff experience and how do we need to do better. So we're going to follow up with that. And then we are going to be exploring a couple other benefit areas for staff at the institution, working with VP Lusk. So I'm going to pass it over to Senator Holt to talk about parking, our favorite subject.
I don't know how I got this job. I want to first say happy birthday.
Yeah.
Facebook is a wonderful thing. And I really do want to say, Rashonda really was the key to us getting to meet with parking and really setting some expectations with them about what we wanted to talk about. I think they were initially a little hesitant and maybe didn't understand really where we were coming from. And she met with Jeff, and once we met with them, it was a really fruitful conversation. As she alluded to, we had a nice overview. Jeff really spent some time explaining parking from his perspective. He talked a lot about capacity and optimization, that's what they are constantly looking at as far as their two biggest issues. Do we have enough parking, right? And one of the things he mentioned is that by the end of the summer, compared to 2 years ago, we're gonna have 25% more parking spaces on campus. So he didn't get into specifics of where all that was. I was kind of imagining all the new things down around where Bates used to be, and some of the other things that I think we're even seeing in the media about, some of the opportunities that exist there. But that was good to hear. I think the other big thing that you alluded to is he's got a big presentation coming up for the board. So he didn't get into a lot of details about what this optimization study was going to be about. But he mentioned that he thought it was important to get an outside third party's perspective on our parking situation, how we do parking. I should also say that we tend to drop the word transportation when we're talking about parking. And he made a point of explaining that, the transportation side of whether it's buses or other methods of moving people around campus is kind of hand in hand with our parking issues, and that they tend to look at all of that as one solution. which I think was pretty informative to all of us, which maybe weren't thinking about it that way going in. Over the course of the conversation, one thing that is in parking is that they're a self-funded model. I think it's very similar to how housing works, where they have to kind of make their balance, they have to balance their budget themselves with their own revenue. So I asked him at one point, I said, given all that, if you look at operations and deferred maintenance, because he talked about deferred maintenance a couple of times, how do you guys feel about the balance between your revenue and your expenses? And his single word that he kind of threw out was it's adequate. I didn't get the sense that they felt stressed, but I also got the sense personally that they felt like they could do with more. But I think everything that he talked about, at least for me, I understood that there was sort of a balance there between, they're trying to sort of do what's best for everybody, keep costs down, but also provide the services. And I think that's the big challenge they live in. One of the things we wanted to make clear to him that I kind of did at the beginning was that, we're here to find out more information, to be a resource for them, to be a partner, that type of thing. We talked a lot about if there are opportunities for us to engage in any advisory groups or anything related to parking, we'd be open to having a staff senate representative on that, wherever they felt we could plug in. I think Jeff was pretty receptive to that. And so I don't know where those will be. We think maybe the study they're doing might be an opportunity. So we kind of expressly said we'd like to participate in that if there's an opportunity there. And he seemed pretty receptive to those ideas. So again, it was just a good back and forth conversation. A few specifics talked about along the way. But the last thing we did is we invited him to come talk to you guys, to all of us. So hopefully that'll happen. I know we've got a pretty full agenda. And we recommended that if he's given a big presentation to the board, that we'd love to see that presentation too, that we've had others come and do that as well. So hopefully we'll see him in the next few months if we can fit him in. And then everybody will get a chance to ask Jeff whatever questions you want about parking and transportation.
That's great. Thank you. Awesome. Right, professional development.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
I thought I was just gonna replace Bo for 1 year, but apparently I got on that really short list. So I'm here for another year. I was happy to hear that. Just a brief report from professional development. We're gonna continue. We've been working through developing relevant programming for you all based on the survey and trying to find those right people. We really coalesced around some themes or skill sets that really help you to be successful at work in turbulent times that we're in: time management, resiliency, and balance. And so we're working through all of those results and trying to develop the goal of having a complete schedule for a year of professional development opportunities. And we talked a little bit about bringing Jeff Black back, and our executive, Senator Tyson Lusk, is working on that, I think. And then also another topic came up in light of the shootings at Michigan State was emergency training. Please be aware that you can schedule, and Steve, I don't want to volunteer you for everything, but you may need to chime in here. I know that the Moore School has scheduled active shooter training for April, obviously just for our faculty and staff, but that is an option. There are, multiple types of trainings involved that can be presented at your various colleges or offices. So please, if that's a concern for anybody as a staff senator, I urge you to sort of take the lead on that and bring those opportunities to your team members. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Brian Hull. Our esteemed colleague, Senator Fortune, is now a senator at large. Joe has graciously agreed to stay on and chair our community projects committee, but you'll be getting me for committee reports. We go to, let's see, do we have the QR code?
Should be there.
Great.
That's the staff awards one.
Oh, I'm sorry,
That's
wrong
okay.
one, more than one
I
code.
think I'll send it out. She'll resend it.
Okay, no
I
problem.
think it might be a version.
Okay, we'll get it sent out in email. So recently, At our committee meeting, we talked to some folks in housing about a volunteer opportunity called Give It Up for Good. Give It Up for Good is a project that housing does every spring when students move out of dorms. Students have lots of items that they can't take with them. They have acquired things that are too large or too much stuff for them to carry. I had a couch in my dorm room, and I don't know what happened to it. It probably went to a landfill. So Give It Up for Good is an excellent opportunity for us to save that stuff from the landfill and actually do something good. Housing has collected in the past as much as 25 tons of items during this project that they give to local charities. They've given stuff to Goodwill, they've given stuff to Habitat for Humanity. And this is a thing that already happens. Housing already organizes it. They have just asked for us to help organize donation points. So they collect so much stuff that the donation points are overloaded. They block the entranceway, people leave garbage in the donation point, confused about what it is or what they can leave there. So what they really need is just folks to adopt a collection point and go by once or twice a week, spend an hour, clean it up, make sure the walkways are not blocked, take out trash, bag stuff up. Folks from housing will do all the pickup. They just need folks to adopt a collection point, help them keep it organized during the approximately 2 weeks, late March to early April, that the project is running. We have staff in Staff Senate all over campus. There are dorm buildings all over campus. Most of those dorm buildings have a collection point. It would be great if we could help them get this done. It's an excellent volunteer opportunity. The thing that already exists, we can do a lot of good, and we just got to help them out with something that's already happening. We sent out a poll before to gauge interest who could help us. We did not get a ton of responses. We'll send it out again. And if you could please, even if you can't help, if you could fill out the poll, it's just 2 questions. Can you help, and where do you want to, what building can you adopt? Or, sorry, I can't help, and maybe tell us why, what kind of volunteer opportunities you'd be more interested in, what you could help with. So even if you can't volunteer this time, if you can fill out the poll, it help us out. Help the committee in the future choose good volunteer projects that Staff Senate wants to work on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have our bylaws committee, Senator Rose.
Hello, everyone. Hi. The bylaws committee, we've been reviewing and discussing Staff Senate seat allocations along with the executive committee as it pertains to and meets the standards of the bylaws. We've also, the bylaws have been, well, we work with the membership committee with bylaws interpretation, and we also will accept any committee or subcommittee requests for interpretation. So if you're not quite certain about something, because there are some things that are in a gray area, and so we'll be happy to get with you and discuss interpretation.
Thank you. Those are our standing committees for Staff Senate, and then the President and Executive Committee kind of have authority to create ad hoc committees. So these are our committees that, as we see need, the President can say, hey, I would like to create a committee on this or that. So right now we have about 3 concurrent ad hoc committees. The first one is our Staff Senate Awards, and then our fundraiser, and then we have one on Staff Senate seat allocation that won't be presenting today. So just FYI for those who are learning Staff Senate.
Thank you very much. The Staff Senate Award Ad Hoc Committee has been diligently working, and thanks to everyone who took the draft we presented to you last meeting and provided input and suggestions. We received that input, scoured through it, made some revisions to the Staff Senate Award, which was emailed out to you. Thank you, Jessica, for doing that so that you could see it again. Looking at some of the wording, making sure that the award criteria would be, as far as what individuals had to submit, would be substantive enough to warrant someone receiving the award or being nominated for the award, but also not so cumbersome that individuals would think I'm not going to fill all that out. As we know, because time is precious. And so we're very, very excited to present to you now the revised draft, and we would like to submit that for approval. And so I move to submit the draft that was sent to you all from the Awards Ad Hoc Committee for approval. And please note too that the committee understands that this is what we think is our best foot forward for our first award, and we're going to run that award and get feedback, and then we can always continue to update and revise. So if you maybe want to think of this as a pilot for the award to see, you know, what we get back in return, and then we will hopefully get your input as well to what you hear from your constituents as we move forward, as well as all the wonderful ideas you have for subsequent awards that may be added to this one in the future.
All right, so per Robert Rules of Order, the first thing is to open up for discussion. So President James, I move to open up to the Senate if there is any discussion on this proposal. If there is none, we will proceed. Any discussion? Okay. Madam Chair, I move that we adopt this proposal. May I get a motion?
Motion.
Senator Councilwoman, can I get a second?
Second.
Second, Senator Rose. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Awesome.
Excellent. Thank you all. I'm so excited, I'm dropping things. We also now want to move into what we're calling phase 2, if you will, and that is an award selections committee. This committee would be individuals who would look at the award, help develop a scoring rubric. So when individuals on this selection committee receive when they receive the nominations, can begin to look what they want that to look like and be, because the awards ad hoc committee felt it was important for these individuals to be the ones to develop the rubric and develop how they want to interpret these nominations when they come in. And we wanted to invite anyone on Staff Senate who's interested to come together to look at being on this committee. So we have a QR code if you would like to complete that, and Jessica will send that out to Jessica again in the future so that you can let your interest be known. And that will then be taken into account, as well as continued work with the executive committee on basically the rollout of the whole nomination, getting that publicized, and then actually soliciting the actual nominations.
Absolutely, excellent, thank you, thank you. So we need you, this is an action point. Senators, elected senators, if you want to be a part of the award review committee, please complete that, and we will be in touch. Jessica will email that out. We need senators to help review the awards. We want a diverse group of senators. We're looking at across our Senate to ensure that we are having people represented from everywhere to look at the award nominations and applications. Senators as currently serving are not eligible for the award up until 1 year after you complete. So nobody elected to Senate is eligible, but you are all eligible to help review the award. So if you're interested in serving in that capacity, please let Jessica know through the QR code. All right, more great news. We are making a lot of progress. Our scholarship and fundraising committee.
That's I'm pitch hitting for Senator Murphy. What a really incredible opportunity we have with the staff awards programs. I just want to again thank that committee and also share with you some excellent news that, as I know everyone in here is extremely interested and passionate about recognizing staff, recognizing the great skills and talent, and you have the opportunity to support this program philanthropically through the Staff Senate Fund. We are making an intentional effort to capitalize on the campus-wide Give for Garnet date, which is April the 19th. We have a website dedicated to staff on the Give for Garnet website. It's give4garnet.sc.edu/staff-senate. Rest assured, we will send that out multiple times to you. And also, even better news, you do not have to wait until April 19th to donate. That site is live now. It'll count towards our Give for Garnet goals. So we will continue to delicately and politely solicit you to support that fund, the committee wanted me to remind you that there is no dollar amount that is too small. So if you can give $5, you know, the Gift for Garnet is a great opportunity for grassroots, small dollar donations to add up to really make an impact. So in all seriousness, if you can help us, we will get you all the information you need. And you know, $5 is a tremendous gift for this fund. So just as a reminder, if you didn't know, we did receive a $10,000 pledge from Founders Federal Credit Union for this program. But we want to, you know, keep on going. The top of one mountain is just the bottom of the next, so keep climbing. That was a line stolen from my favorite Broadway actor, so I'm not stealing him. Andre Shields.
Thank you. Y'all, we are doing some amazing work. As I always tell my team at work, like we're here, but we're gonna land it. It's hovering. All these things just seem to be just in my head, and now to see everything come into fruition, I'm excited. Give yourselves a round of applause, y'all. We're doing amazing work. Amazing work. Everybody is volunteering for the university, and what we do is important. And I'm so happy that you gave us your time. The order of business, you already handled that, correct, Bo? I will be remiss if I didn't have our guests have an opportunity to introduce themselves and the division that they are representing. In any order, no particular order.
Terrence Coleman, Division Student Affairs Academic Support. Just real quick, I'm with the Move Crew, and my team is the one that will be handling the majority of the.
Thank you.
If you just got questions about it and you're not really sure what it is, you volunteer, you don't like it, you can leave, no hard feelings. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, nice to meet you.
How y'all doing? My name is Tyshawn Down. I work with athletics, business office. I work very closely with Tyson, and I'm here. Tracy.
Welcome, thank you. Kim, Awesome. And anybody else? You've come before. Go ahead and introduce yourself again. Welcome. I think we had, Rebecca. I'm sorry. Rebecca, many moons ago, was one of my students in social work. So nice to see you here. Long time ago. And I think we have a reporter here. Awesome. So Liana is a recent University of Florida grad, new to Columbia. This is her first reporting job with the Postal Courier, and she has the higher education beat. And she wants to cover staff senate and staff senate activities and all of the above. And so we welcome that, and we thank you for seeing value in what we do. So that's Liana. Welcome. All right. Any other announcements for the good of the order? We had a nice, robust meeting today. I like it. Can I get a motion to adjourn, excuse me. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Can I get a second? Okay, you got it. All in favor? All right, y'all. Have a good afternoon.